reception. All rise for the arrival of the Honorable Senate President and the Senators of the Republic.
The 55th session of the Senate of the second regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Today, the chamber will be led in prayer by a distinguished colleague from Camarines Norte and Nueva Ecija, no other than an adopted son of Mindanao, no other than Senator Robin Hood Padilla.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Bismillahi wa salatu wa salamu ala rasulillahi. Allahu akbar, Allahu akbar. Allahu akbar, Allahu akbar. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah. Asyhadu an la ilaha أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله. O Panginoon namin nag-iisa, kami po ay nanunumbalik sa iyo ng may pagsisisi at dalisay. Amen.
Amen. Let us remain standing for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem, after which Ms. Teresita Castor of Gamaba Cultural Center will perform a chant entitled Humadapnon sa Tarangban. It is the Humadapnon in the Enchanted Cave in honor of the Manilika ng Bayan, Federico Caballero.
Bayang magiliw, peras ng sinanganan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisihil. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong magaw, may hilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na naglilingin, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walang hating pasinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Ai đây gani gadelag dato gain dengan iwanan taren lamang si buyong son masakain den ge tuka tatarang bun bon katedag sabuhawe ginahurong at pamlang inasudlat dalong dong hoge wana deluge wara sibuyong dumalapdap gabuntalan kabangkaw gabunon ka linaywan gabatong batongan patatlong utod ibang kau kunina ilinaywan datugipang wisik nagipang waay nakagulam yun kaiwa kagamit ka sinahakin kaplasen kalalanhan adat paramiyakan pertahan katarangban gawang kakeren dalan wara bayawing sulawara hemeripid kinag-inaguti day tarang ban ada pay kerendalan kasinggitan siakan datu galisangnya wan ibu yung sun masakay hugiwan kada bumalik hindi dan bumalik datapakan katuyawan temban kabinlisyonan hugiwan pag isulan ko hindi ko mabawi balo kat iginong harang dan idatong parang kuton isulan ag sunuran ay mangang palinti ay iba'y padalugdog hindi gani linti pagsaki dalug dugi ibuka diyeng tarang ban bukay nga kerendalan hadaran gidi ngan kabus-kabos lay ba salapayun kalinti pagsakan kadalugdug pinaila di pihak na pina sobay pihak na malabinukasan mo lati binukot sa tarang banbun tug sa kerendalan. Thank you.
Madamo salamat, ma'am. I heard that the singer is from Iloilo, but her song is Karaya, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Mr. President. Master Chanter Teresita Castor of the Gamaba Cultural Center, and Ms. Castor hails from the Panay Bukidnon Cultural Community in Kalinog, Iloilo.
Yes.
She is regarded, Mr. President, as a prominent figure in safeguarding the Panay Bukidnon oral tradition.
Yes, madamo salamat, ma'am. Madamo salamat.
Mr. President, our Senate President Pro Temp is also seeking the floor. May she be recognized, Mr.
The
President.
kababayan of our distinguished colleague.
Thank you, Mr. President. Duro-duro kasalamat to Teresita Castor. My dear colleagues, we witnessed a remarkable performance by the Gamaba Cultural Center in honor of Manlilikhang ng Bayan Federico Caballero, hailing from Kalinog, Iloilo. Teresita holds the esteemed title of being a Panay Bukidnon culture bearer of oral traditions. Today, Teresita chanted the 8th title of the Sugidanon of Panay Bukidnon, which is Humadapnon sa Tarangban. This epic narrates the tale of Humadapnon, who embarks on a voyage to win the heart of the enchanting Malitong Yawa. Humadapnon falls prey to deceitful maidens, leading him to become ensnared in a magical cave known as Tarangban. Sugidatnon is a compilation of 10 sections, each featuring a lengthy narrative delivered in an exalted manner. The story revolves around the heroic endeavors of a semi-divine warrior figure embodying the core values of the Panay Bukidnon heritage. The extensive length of the epic and the use of archaic language, which we listen to, no longer spoken, So it is really a great privilege, Mr. President, to have listened to that, because this language, out of 150 languages in the Philippines, is no longer heard or spoken. This nearly led to loss of the tradition of epic chanting, if not for the dedicated efforts of oral tradition masters like Manlilika ng Bayan, Federico Caballero, who is heading the Gamaba in Calinog, Iloilo. Duro gid nga salamat, madamo gid nga salamat, Madam Teresita, and of course the daughter of Manlilika ng Bayan awardee Caballero, Rosie, is also with us. Thank you.
With the permission of the body, may I ask for a minute suspension so we can have a photo opportunity
Yes, thank you
with
very
this
much.
living legend.
Mr. President, if I may, before you do that, may I also put on record that last February 24, our dear colleague, our Deputy Minority Leader, celebrated her birthday, Senator Risa Ontiveros. So we greet her a happy birthday.
Happy
Mr. President.
birthday to our Deputy Minority Floor Leader. So we'll ask for a minute suspension to greet these two lovely ladies. Session suspended. Secretary, please call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 22 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Before we proceed, Mr. President, we'd like to acknowledge some guests from the gallery. We have with us officials of the Department of Foreign Affairs led by Yusek Eduardo Jose de Vega and Yusek Jesus Domingo. We welcome all of them in this August chamber. We also have with us, Mr. President, a lot of guests from local government units, guests of Senator Gatchalian, mayors from Davao del Sur, Mayor Pureza, Mayor Valentin, Mayor Calma, Mayor Fernandez, Mayor Guerrero Jr., Mayor Sagarino. Guest of Senator Ejercito, mayors from Camarines Sur, Mayor Bongalonta Jr. of Pili, Mayor Señar of Magarao, Mayor Garcia of Del Gallego, Acting Mayor Felix Macalino of Sipocot, and Mayor Anthony Reyes of Milaor. Guest of Senator Escudero, we have with us our friend from Camarines Norte, Governor Ricarte Padilla. We also have with us the guest of Senator Estrada from the National Amnesty Commission, Chairperson Leia Tanodra Armamento, Commissioner Jamar Kulayan, Commissioner Nasser Marahom Salik, and Attorney Gwendolyn Pimentel Gana, the sister of our minority leader. And my neighbor is here, Mr. President. We welcome all of them. Also, guest of the Senate, Mayor Robin Tagle of Abukay, Bataan. I'm sorry, Mr. President, we also have with us guests of Senator De La Rosa, Bohol mayors, Mayor Balite, Mayor Doria, Mayor Balyo, Mayor Hala of Lobok, Mayor Pajo of Pilar, Mayor Taculad of Duero, Mayor Baha of Garcia Hernandez, Mayor Lim of Mabini, Bohol, Mayor Inday Simasio of Anda, provincial officials of Bohol, Board Member Tita Baha, Board Member Greg Hala, and officials of Barangay Dulong Bayan, Quezon, Nueva Ecija, barangay officials of Tagum City. They are all here, and we welcome them in this August chamber, Mr. President.
Yes, welcome to your Senate. All the visitors today, particularly the mayors, who are actually here now for the LMP, League of Municipalities of the Philippines. So welcome to your Senate, mayors, and to all the guests, again, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2492. This is the bill on the Philippine Maritime Zones Act. Printed copies of the bill were electronically distributed to the members on February 22, 2024, in compliance with the 3-day rule in the Constitution.
Is this the bill of Professor Francis Tolentino?
The summa cum laude, Mr. President, from...
Without further ado, I ask the Secretary, without objection, Secretary, please read the title of the measure, proceed with the third reading, roll call vote.
An act declaring the maritime zones under the jurisdiction of the Republic of the Philippines. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
Yes. With 23 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, Senate Bill number 2492 is approved on third reading. Congratulations to the sponsor and all the officers.
Thank you, Mr. President. Congratulations to Senator Tolentino, who is also seeking the floor, Mr. President. I move that we recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Francis Tolentino.
To our distinguished and very hard-working senator from Cavite, Senator Francis Tolentino is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise with immense gratitude to express my deepest thanks to each and every member of this chamber for the invaluable support and approval of the Philippine Maritime Zone Law, Senate Bill 2492. The moment marks a significant milestone, not only for our legislative body, but for our nation as a whole. First and foremost, I'd like to extend my sincerest appreciation to our colleagues for their dedication, tireless efforts, collaborative spirit throughout the drafting and deliberation process of this crucial legislation. Your insights, expertise, and commitment to serving the best interests of our country have been truly commendable. Maraming salamat po sa mga co-authors, Mr. President, especially to Senate President Mig Subiri, Senators Bong Revilla, Jinggoy Estrada, Risa Ontiveros, Loren Legarda, our Majority Leader Joel Villanueva, Win Gatchalian, Bato de la Rosa, Rafi Tulfo, and Grace Po. I am profoundly grateful to our esteemed committee members who meticulously reviewed and refined every aspect of the bill, ensuring that it upholds the principles of sovereignty, environmental sustainability, and maritime security. Your diligence and attention to detail have played a pivotal role in shaping a law that will safeguard our maritime interests for generations to come. Special thanks likewise to our Minority Floor Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. Also would like to express my appreciation to our legislative staff members, the committee members, researchers, legal experts, and all resource persons, domestic and international, including the University of the Philippines, Institute for Maritime Affairs, and the Law of the Sea, UP IMLOS led by Dr. J. Batumbakal, the Waypoints led by Ms. Kat Dulosa, Department of Foreign Affairs led by Secretary Manalo, and all the undersecretaries present here today. Nandito po lahat sila, Mr. President. The DOJ, Department of Justice led by Attorney Freddy Gatchon, the Office of Solicitor General, Department of National Defense, NAMRIA, our foreign resource persons, Professors Beckman, Robert Beckman, Stuart Kay, and all those who work tirelessly behind the scenes to support our efforts in crafting this landmark legislation. Again, your dedication, professionalism, and expertise have been instrumental in turning our vision into a reality. I want to express likewise our deepest thanks to our fishermen, the Filipino people, for entrusting us with the responsibility of safeguarding our maritime domain. It is a privilege and honor to serve our nation, and I am committed to ensuring that the Philippine Maritime Zones Law will continue to serve as a cornerstone of our maritime policy, protecting our sovereignty, promoting sustainable development, and securing our future prosperity. Kahit ano po ang mangyari ngayon sa Baho de Masinloc, kahit ano po ang mangyari ngayon sa karagatan ng West Philippine Sea, kahit ano po ang mangyari ngayon sa Benham Rise, Mr. President, nakatatak na po sa kasaysayan ang Philippine Maritime Zones Law na magiging bantayog ng ating kalayaan. Let us celebrate this momentous occasion with a renewed sense of purpose and determination to continue working for the betterment of our beloved country. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President. Mabuhay po ang Senado at mabuhay po ang Pilipinas.
Yes, mabuhay din po kayo. Mr. Sponsor, we'd like to recognize also Senator, yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, may I be allowed to explain my vote, Mr. President?
Yes, please proceed.
Just a few minutes, Mr. President. Thank you. It is with immense pride and honor that I vote yes to this historic measure, the Philippine Maritime Zones Act, co-authored and co-sponsored by this representation. I believe it is a landmark legislation that will reinforce our rights as an archipelagic state and will be part of the legal, political, and diplomatic strategies of the Philippines in enforcing the rule of law in our maritime domain. Binibigyang diin po at ngipin ng panukalang batas na ito ang integridad ng ating teritoryo na kinikilala ng United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea o UNCLOS at ang makasaysayang tagumpay natin sa Permanent Court of Arbitration sa Hague noong 2016. We congratulate again our sponsor, the chairperson of Senate Special Committee on Maritime and Admiralty Zones, Senator Francis Tol Tolentino, for working very hard and for swiftly shepherding the passage of this very important measure. We thank him for specifically clarifying that our contiguous zone extends to a distance of 24 nautical miles and that our exclusive economic zone extends to a distance of 200 nautical miles from the baselines. Meaning, Mr. President, we are claiming entitlement under UNCLOS. We also thank him for accepting our amendments, which, number 1, clarified the acts of being penalized under Section 16 of the bill, and number 2, emphasized that only the high tide features of the Kalayaan Group, Island Group of the West Philippine Sea are capable of generating a territorial sea under Article 121 of the UNCLOS. As we vote yes, Mr. President, to this measure, we reiterate our commitment to protect our sovereignty rights and preserve our territorial integrity and our commitment upholding an international order based on international law. In closing, Mr. President, please allow me to share with you an excerpt from the famous essay written by the great Filipino diplomat, statesman, and soldier Carlos P. Romulo Sr., which I think is apt for this momentous occasion. And I quote, "I am a Filipino, inheritor of a glorious past, hostage to the uncertain future. As such, I must prove equal to a twofold task, the task of meeting my responsibility to the past and the task of performing my obligation to the future. I sprung from a hardy race, child of many generations. By the strength of their hearts and hands, by every right of law, human and divine, this land and all the appurtenances thereof, the whole of this rich and happy land has been, for centuries without number, the land of my fathers. This land I receive in trust from them, and in trust will pass it to my children, and so on until the world is no more." Close quote. I believe, Mr. President, that this law and all our efforts to protect our territorial integrity are among the greatest legacies we can leave for future generations of Filipinos. Again, thank you, Mr. President, and may God bless our beloved country. Mr. President, next to co-sponsor, to explain his vote is the gentleman from Cavite, Senator Bong Revilla Jr., and next is Senator Pia Cayetano, Mr. President.
Yes, our distinguished colleague, Senator Bong Revilla is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, ito na po ang hudyat ng mas pinaigting at mas pinatibay na pagtindig para sa ating inang bayan. At nagpapasalamat po tayo sa ating resident legal expert and Professor, Senator Francis Tolentino, for painstakingly defending this measure, which also happens to be one of my legislative priorities. Sakto ang pagpasa natin ng panukalang ito dito sa Senado upang ipagsigawan sa mga yumuyurak sa ating soberenya at nagwawasak sa ating mga likas na yaman. Kung hindi kami magpapakimi at piping saksi sa inyong kalapastanganan. Hindi lang kung nilalaso ninyo ang aming mga karagatan, hindi lalo kung inaapi ninyo ang aming mga mangingisda at inaagawan ng kabuhayan. At hindi lalo kung kinukutya nyo ang aming bayan at mga umiiral na batas. We will defend what is ours up to our last breath. Sa pamamagitan ng panukalang ito na pasado na rin sa House of Representatives, hindi lamang winawagayway ang ating watawat, ipinagdidiinan din natin ang ating mga prinsipyo at paninindigan. Pilipinas naming mahal na kapag may mang-aapi, kami ay titindig at hindi pagagapi. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo.
Maraming salamat, Senator Bong Revilla. We'd like to recognize as well, our distinguished colleague from the city of Taguig, Pateros, and the Republic of the Philippines, Senator Pia Cayetano.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, Mr. President, I checked and I'm not a co-sponsor, so if I may just ask to that be placed on the record. And then my congratulations to the sponsor, but also a clarification that there are those of us who supported and meticulously asked questions off the record, if His Honor will recall. And that was done off the record precisely to support the sponsor, that his timeline, the sponsor as the presiding officer has correctly pointed out, talagang siyang kinikilala natin, expert in many areas, professor nga ang tawag natin. So ayaw ko nang maabala ang timeline niya, kaya off the record tayo nagtanong. So meticulously din tayong nagtanong, kasama yata si Senator Loren, hindi na tayo nag-abalang to take the time on the floor because nasasagot naman po lahat ng tanong ng ibang kasamahan natin. So again, congratulations, and I am happy that we have passed this measure, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague. Senator J.V. Ejercito is recognized.
Yes, Mr. President. Likewise, this representation would like to be made the co-author of this significant measure.
Thank you. We take note of Senator Pia Cayetano's and, of course, Senator J.V. Ejercito's
And just to put on record, the principal sponsor is giving his thumbs up to both of our colleagues, Mr. President.
Thank you
Mr.
very
President,
much.
Senator, the sponsor, Senator Tolentino, is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized, Mr.
Our
President.
distinguished sponsor, Senator Tolentino, is recognized.
Just a moment of rectification, Mr. President. I apologize for not mentioning the names of Senators Alan Cayetano, former Secretary of Foreign Affairs, who was instrumental in that brief exchange concerning the Treaty of Paris. He should likewise be recognized, as well as Senator Pia Cayetano, whose devotion to sustainability issues also fine-tuned this bill, as well as Senator Robin Hood Padilla, whose insights concerning our sovereign claims to other areas as part of our historic rights also fortified this measure. My apologies, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
And we have to thank, Mr. President, whoever did that diagram, Mr. President, the famous diagram of Senator Tolentino, who was...
His clipboard.
Yeah, his clipboard, Mr. President.
Yes.
The back-to-back clipboard, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senator Robin Hood Padilla is also seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized to explain his vote, Mr.
Our
President.
distinguished colleague, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa ating pinunong mayorya. Gusto ko lamang pong itaas ang ating kasama na si Senator Tol Tolentino sapagkat sa kanya pong panukala na ito ay muli pong nabuhayan ang mga kapatid po ninyong Muslim sapagkat doon po sa Republic Act number 9522 naging masyado pong matahimik ito patungkol po sa claim natin sa Sabah. At dahil po dito sa bagong panukala na ito, nabuhay po yung Section 2 ng Republic Act number 5446. Ito po ay hindi namin makakalimutan, Senator Tolentino, sapagkat tunay po sa inyong puso ay may puwang ang mga Muslim. Maraming salamat po. Assalamualaikum warahmatullah.
Maraming salamat, Senator Robin Hood Padilla.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2352 under Committee Report number 97. This pertains to the Jail Integration Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, there be no objection to the motion. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have closed the period of interpellations and debate. And so with that, I move to open the period of amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, there are no committee amendments. I move to open the period of individual amendments and recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, to propose his individual amendments.
Our distinguished colleague from the province of Davao and Davao del Sur, as well as Bohol, both of which the LMPs are here today watching you, is recognized. Senator Bato de la Rosa.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Mr. President, on page 2, line 14, after the word shall, delete the word automatically. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendment is approved.
Mr. President, on the same line 25, delete the word automatically. I so move, Mr. President.
I believe there's an ulterior amendment from Senator Joel.
With the indulgence of our distinguished colleague, on page 2, line 18, Mr. President, after the word CSC, insert the following proviso: provided that the BJMP shall take proactive measures in training and capacitating the employees and personnel of provincial and sub-provincial jails to obtain the necessary qualifications. So, Mr. President, this is more of capacitating and empowering our employees. And so the section 5, the sentence will now read as follows. Section 5, provincial and sub-provincial jail employees. The existing employees and personnel of provincial and sub-provincial jails shall enjoy security of tenure and shall automatically be absorbed by the BJMP subject to the qualification standards as provided in the Republic Act number 9263, otherwise known as the Bureau of Fire Protection and Bureau of Jail Management and Penology Professionalization Act of 2004, as amended, and other applicable laws. Pertinent rules and regulation of the Civil Service Commission, CSC, provided that the BJMP shall take proactive measures in training and capacitating the employees and personnel of provincial and sub-provincial jails to obtain the necessary qualifications. That is the proposal of this representation. I submit to the wisdom of our distinguished sponsor.
I wholeheartedly accept the amendments of our majority leader, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr.
With
President.
all my heart
Appreciate
and
it.
soul.
Thank you very much,
is duly
Mr.
Thank you
President.
for that amendment.
And no objection
The
to the
feeling is
body.
mutual, Mr. President.
Approved, subject to style.
Thank you, Mr. President. On Mr. President, on page 2, line 25, delete the word automatically. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendments approved.
Mr. President, those two amendments came from our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. Mr. President.
The page and line, Mr. President.
Page 2, Mr. President, line 25.
Okay.
Delete the word automatically.
Yes. There being no objection, it was moved already.
Thank you, Mr. President. That would be all, Mr. President.
Mr. President, if I may, on the same page, between lines 30 and 31, this is in relation to the previous amendment that we proposed. We insert a new paragraph in lines 30 and 31, a new paragraph which shall read as follows: the BJMP, in coordination with Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, or TESDA, and other government agencies, shall also provide training programs for the upskilling and reskilling of the affected personnel and employees. I submit to the wisdom of our distinguished author.
Again, I accept, Mr. President.
There being no objection from the author, the sponsor, and no objection from the body.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished colleague.
That would be all, Mr. President.
All right.
With that, Mr. President, I move that we close, considering that there are no other individuals. Individual amendment, Mr. President, I move to close the period of individual amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, period of individual amendments is hereby closed. Closed. Yes, second reading.
Mr. President, at this juncture and with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2352, subject to style. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, Senate Bill number 2352 is approved on second reading. Congratulations, Senator Bato de la Rosa.
Congratulations to our hardworking colleague, Senator Bato. And with that, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2352. I so move, Mr. President.
The consideration is suspended. We'd like to also recognize, aside from Yusek Vega and the others, there are also other members of the DFA that are here that helped us in the APPF last year. Our ASECs and assistant secretaries.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Mr.
you very
President, may I
much.
ask for a
Welcome.
minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended for a minute.
dispense with the reading of the Journal of the 54th Session, February 21, 2024, and consider the same as approved.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
There being no objection, Secretary, please proceed with the reference of business.
Bill on first reading, Senate Number 2561, providing for the administrative reform and reorganization of the Philippine Coast Guard, revising for the purpose RA 9993, otherwise known as the Philippine Coast Guard Law of 2009, Senator Tolentino.
To Committees on Public Services, Civil Service, Ways and Means and Finance.
Resolution, proposed Senate Resolution Number 937, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the lack of medical facilities and health professionals in prime tourist spots in the country, with the end in view of formulating a law that will ensure easy access to adequate medical services in all top tourist destinations in the Philippines. Senator Zubiri.
To the Committees on Health and Demography and Tourism.
Committee Report 205 by the Committee on Foreign Relations and proposed Senate Resolution Number 936. Resolution concurring in the ratification of the agreement between the Government of the Republic of the Philippines and the Global Green Growth Institute, establishing the GGGI office in the Philippines, recommending its approval without amendment. Sponsor Senator Marcos.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Additional reference of business. Bills on first reading, Senate Number 2562, an act increasing the personal economic relief allowance granted to government employees to 5,000 pesos, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Ejercito.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Finance.
2563, preserving the indigenous games of the Philippines, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Ejercito.
To the Committees on Culture and the Arts, Sports and Finance.
2564, regulating the registration, licensure, and practice of physical therapy, and appropriating funds therefore. Senator Ejercito.
To the Committees on Civil Service and Finance.
2565, providing post-harvest facilities to farmers. Senator Ejercito.
To the Committees on Agriculture, Public Works and Finance.
2566, penalizing the smuggling of foreign currency and other monetary instruments in bulk into or out of the Philippines. Senator Ejercito.
To the Committees on Banks and Ways and Means.
2567, establishing the Overseas Filipino Workers Hospital as a Level 3 hospital under the direct supervision and control of the Department of Migrant Workers, and appropriating funds therefore. Senator Ejercito.
To the Committees on Health and Demography, Migrant Workers and Finance.
Resolution, proposed Senate Resolution 938, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry on the reported alleged cyanide fishing of foreign fishermen in Bajo de Masinloc, Scarborough Shoal. Senator Tolentino.
To the Committees on to the Special Committee on Philippine Maritime and Admiralty Zones.
Communication, letter from the Second Congressional Commission on Education, EDCOM 2, dated February 20, 2024, submitting to the Senate the EDCOM 2 Year 1 report in compliance with RA 11899.
Referred to the Committees on Basic Education, Higher Technical Vocational Education.
Committee Report 206, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Higher, Technical and Vocational Education and Finance. On Senate Number 2568, with Senators Villar M., Escudero, and Garas authors, an act institutionalizing the expanded tertiary education equivalency and accreditation program and providing funds therefore, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Numbers 1908, taking into consideration House Number 9015, sponsor Senator Escudero.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report 207 by the Committees on Higher, Technical and Vocational Education, Labor, Employment and Human Resource Development and Finance. On Senate Number 2569 with Senators Villar M., Escudero, Estrada, and Angaras authors, an act establishing a tripartite council to address unemployment, underemployment, and job skills mismatch, and appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Numbers 2333, taking into consideration House Number 7370, sponsor Senator Escudero.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report 208 by the Committee on Higher, Technical and Vocational Education, Ways and Means and Finance on House Number 7089. An act establishing a College of Medicine in the University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines, Cagayan de Oro City Campus, located in Cagayan de Oro City, Province of Misamis Oriental, to be known as the University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines College of Medicine, and appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval with amendments, taking into consideration Senate Number 1949, sponsor Senator Escudero.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report Number 192 on proposed Senate Resolution Number 933. This is the resolution concurring in the ratification of the 2005 Convention on the Protection and Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 933 under Committee Report number 192. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. I'd like to ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
Resolution concurring in the ratification of the 2005 Convention on the Protection and Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, I move that we recognize the distinguished lady from Ilocos Norte, Senator Amy Marcos, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Our distinguished colleague, sponsor, chairperson of the Committee on Foreign Relations, no other than Senator Amy Marcos, is recognized.
Mr. President and my dear colleagues in the Senate, today I submit to this Chamber Committee Report number 192, sponsoring herewith Senate Resolution 933, entitled The Resolution Concurring in the Ratification of the Convention on the Protection and Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions. Nung okasyon ng pagbibigay pugay sa batikang Pilipinong pintor na si Antonio Luna at pati na rin si Felix Hidalgo, ang sinabi ni Gat Jose Rizal ay, ang pagiging henyo ay walang kinikilalang bansa. Sumisibol ito kahit saan. Sinabi ito ng ating pambansang bayani upang bigyan diin na walang monopolya ang malalakit mayayamang bansa sa talino, kagalingan at sa henyo sa larangan ng sining at kultura. Today, the creative industries are considered among the fastest-growing sectors in the global economy. In the Philippines, the sector has surged as one of the prime catalysts of the country's rapid economic growth, and the latest economic data from the Philippine Statistics Authority showed that arts, entertainment, and recreation contributed 52.8 billion in gross value added to the economy in the third quarter alone of 2023, recording an outstanding year-on-year growth of 15.5%. The creative industries also ranked as the second top-performing economic sector last year in terms of growth, next to accommodation and food, 20%, and has outpaced various key industries, underscoring the immense economic opportunities in the sector and illustrating the sector's capacity and potential to bring tremendous economic value. The adoption of the UNESCO Convention on the Protection and Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions on the 20th of October 2005 was an important milestone in the international cultural policy. The convention is the sole legally binding instrument that affirms the sovereign right of the states to formulate and implement policies and measures to support the creation, production, distribution, and access to cultural activities, goods, and services. Through this convention, the global community has formally recognized that cultural expressions produced by artists and cultural workers have both cultural and economic aspects. Furthermore, the convention emphasizes that the foundation of any form of cultural policy is respect for human rights, fundamental freedom. Indeed, the freedom of expression, information, and communications are prerequisites for creativity and for a more even distribution of diverse forms of cultural expression. Under the convention, member states are mandated to protect cultural diversity and expressions by promoting and defending their own cultural industries, noting that globalization poses a challenge for all cultural diversity, particularly in the light of imbalances gross between the rich and the poor countries. To facilitate a balanced international cultural exchange between developed and developing worlds, the Convention creates relief measures and preferential treatment policies for the exchange of cultural goods and services, as well as cross-border mobility of artists and cultural workers. The Convention recognizes the fundamental role of civil society in promoting and protecting diversity. Thus, these organizations are required to participate in processes for establishing and monitoring cultural policy. With the ratification of the Convention, the country's creative sector will now have better access to both domestic and foreign markets. Our creative professionals will be qualified to access the International Fund for Cultural Diversity, a fund set up under the convention that can provide up to $100,000 of aid to projects and activities of emerging dynamic cultural sectors in developing countries. As an advocate for the creative industries, and one of the principal authors of RA 11904, or the Philippine Creative Industries Development Act, I now ask for the concurrence of this collegial body to ratify the Convention on the Protection and Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions. Ang konbensyon ang magbibigay ng kailangan na tulong para mapabilis ang paglago ng lokal na industriya ng sining at ang pag-angat sa Pilipinas bilang isa sa nangungunang malikhaing ekonomiya sa Asia. 19 na taon na po itong nag-iintay upang maratipika. Maraming salamat sa aking mga kasamahan dito sa Senado at sana maratipika ito sa lalong madaling panahon.
Thank you very much, dear sponsor. Ito ba po, ma'am, ang pinag-usapan natin nung nag-lunch po tayo with the French ambassador? And the
Yes,
French members of the Senate?
That's right, Senate President. This is one of them. The other one was the global green growth. This one is the cultural diversity that the French were very keen to see finally ratified after 19 years.
Thank you very much, sir, dear sponsor.
Mr. President, may I just put into the records that this representation would like to associate himself with the sponsorship speech of our dear colleague, Senator Marcos. And let me express my full support to the Senate's concurrence to the ratification of the 2005 UNESCO Convention on the Protection and Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions. As we concur, Mr. President, with the ratification of this 2005 UNESCO Convention today, we earnestly hope that this will further strengthen our efforts to promote, preserve, and enrich our culture. So with that, Mr. President, may I just be allowed to just insert into the records this representation's co-sponsorship speech, Mr.
Yes, we
President.
take note of the
Mr.
mention.
President, our Senate President Pro Temp is also seeking the floor. I move that Senate President Pro Temp Lauren Legarda be recognized, Mr.
Senate President pro tempore, who hails from Antique, Malabon, and Laguna, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Honorable colleagues, I thank the good chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee for speedily hearing this and sponsoring it on the floor. I rise today with a deep sense of pride as we approach to concur in the ratification of the UNESCO 2005 Convention on the Protection and Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions. The convention, adopted by parties on October 20, 2005 in Paris, France, defines cultural expressions as those that result from the creativity of individuals, groups, and societies. These expressions embody cultural content, symbolic meaning, artistic dimension, and values inherent in cultural identities. The Convention espouses the principle that cultural diversity can be protected and promoted only if human rights and fundamental freedoms, including the freedom of expression and the ability of individuals to choose cultural expressions, are guaranteed. The protection and the promotion of diversity of cultural expressions hinge upon the value of equal dignity and respect of all cultures. Our deep commitment to the protection and promotion of the diversity of cultural expressions represents not only a reaffirmation of our nation's value for cultural diversity, but also the culmination of a long journey that began with a call for action 17 years ago when the convention entered into force on March 18, 2007. According to the records of the Department of Foreign Affairs, the Philippines first considered ratification of the convention way back 2008. I wonder how many of us were here then, aside from this representation. However, the matter was only discussed in detail during a DFA-hosted interagency meeting in 2014. Again, how many of the senators, aside from this representation, were here then? Because of the change of administration in 2016, the process had to start anew from the beginning to reflect the signatures of the officials of the then incoming administration. The administration has changed. 8 years have passed, yet the certificates of concurrence from 17 concerned government agencies remain incomplete. In response to this delay, Mr. President, on January 25, 2023, on my fourth term as senator since 1998, I filed Senate Resolution 444, urging the concerned government agencies to expedite the submission of their respective certificates of concurrence in view of the country's ratification of the UNESCO 2005 Convention on the Protection and Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions. This call was finally heeded after 2 decades. The certificates of concurrence were completed on August 14, 2023. President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. ratified the convention, finally transmitted to the Senate for concurrence on August 17, 2023. We may have missed potential opportunities in the last 2 decades outlined under the convention, since the convention was adopted, and importance of coming together to uphold cultural expressions and preserve cultural heritage is timeless. With our decisive concurrence in the ratification of the convention, we will be able to access the key clauses of the convention. What are these? Collaborative arrangements, preferential support for developing countries that will significantly enhance the access for creative and cultural sectors in the Philippines to both domestic and foreign markets. Creative professionals will become eligible to tap into the International Fund for Cultural Diversity, established under the convention to fund projects and initiatives of emerging dynamic cultural sectors in developing countries up to $100,000 US. The convention also aligns with existing cultural laws such as the National Cultural Heritage Act of 2009 that this representation also authored and co-sponsored, and many of us here as well. It encompasses the protection, conservation, and promotion of intangible and tangible heritage under Republic Act 11961, the recently passed cultural mapping law, which we jointly authored with many of our colleagues, which mandates local government units to conduct a comprehensive cultural mapping for both tangible and intangible and natural and built heritage. Additionally, the convention would supplement Republic Act 11904, the Philippine Creative Industries Development Act, that many of our colleagues here had authored, and I believe that the minority leader himself had sponsored it when he was still in the majority, to create a nurturing environment for a creative culture to flourish. Our support for this treaty exemplifies the core values of the convention, showcasing the power of unity in diversity and our collective resolve to protect and promote the diverse cultural expressions that define us as a nation and as a global community. This will send a message to the international community that the Philippines holds its traditional and contemporary culture in high regard. I therefore urge all of my esteemed colleagues to join us in supporting the chair, Senator Amy Marcos, in this vital measure, ensuring that future generations inherit a world where the richness of cultural expression thrives unhindered by biases and barriers. On this note, I would also like to advise government agencies like the DFA and the Office of the President, spanning several administrations, not to make this the norm. This should be the last one that would withstand 17 to 20 years before it's acted upon, because the Senate can only concur on a treaty if it is passed on to the Senate. But if there are government agencies that do not comply with a concurring mechanism, then the chair of the Foreign Relations Committee, no matter how much she agrees with a treaty or convention, cannot act on it if it has not been duly transmitted here. And we thank now, finally, the 17 wayward agencies who were last in submitting their certificates of concurrence in 17 years. This should not happen again for any treaty, for any convention, for any piece of legislation. Having said that, I lend my full support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senate President Pro Tem for emphasizing that, Mr. President, because it has not reached the plenary for almost 19 years, Mr. President. And with that, Mr. President, and to allow our colleagues to study further the measure, I move that we suspend consideration of proposed Senate Resolution number 933 under Committee Report number 192. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders. Committee Report number 205 on proposed Senate Resolution number 936. This is the resolution on the agreement between the Government of the Republic of the Philippines and the Global Green Growth Institute, or GGGI, establishing the GGGI office in the Philippines. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, there being no objection, motion is approved. Thank you, JP.
Mr. President, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 936 under Committee Report number 205 and ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
There being no objection, motion is approved. The Secretary is directed to read the title of the measure.
Resolution concurring in the ratification of the agreement between the Government of the Republic of the Philippines and the Global Green Growth Institute, GGGI, establishing the GGGI office in the Philippines.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, I move that we recognize the distinguished lady from Ilocos, Senator Amy Marcos, our chairperson of the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Our distinguished colleague, the sponsor of the Committee on Foreign Relations, Senator Amy Marcos, is recognized.
Mr. President and my dear colleagues in the Senate, today I submit to this chamber Committee Report 205, sponsoring herewith Senate Resolution 936, entitled Resolution Concurring in the Ratification of the Host Country Agreement between the Republic of the Philippines and the Global Green Growth Institute, GGI, establishing the GGI office in the Philippines. Former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon once said, "We are using our resources as if we have two planets, not one. But there can be no plan B because there simply is no planet B." Sustainable growth is not a mere trend or a vacant wish. Rather, it's a necessity upon which our very survival depends. Once again, let us recall our great pride in that our country, the Philippines, is the very first one in the world to enshrine in its constitution the right of the people to a balanced and healthful ecology in accord with the rhythm and harmony of nature, and the correlative duty of the state to protect and advance that right. Pursuant to this constitutional mandate, the Philippine government has enacted several legislations and ratified a number of treaties which aim to protect the environment and promote sustainable growth. One such treaty is the agreement on the establishment of the Global Green Growth Institute, ratified by the Philippines on the 9th of October 2012, truly a long-held 12-year commitment that we seek to finally ratify this week. The GGI, based in Seoul, Republic of Korea, is an international intergovernmental treaty-based organization dedicated to supporting and promoting a model of economic growth known as green growth, targeting key aspects of economic performance such as poverty reduction, job creation, social inclusion, and environmental sustainability. As of November 2023, the GGI had a total of 48 members, including the Philippines. In Africa, Asia, the Caribbean, Europe, Latin America, the Middle East, and the Pacific, with policy planning assistance, capacity building, and technical support in the implementation of respective green growth programs, and help to build a pipeline of bankable green investment projects. Since the country's accession to the agreement on the establishment of the GGI in 2012, it has been supporting the Philippines in its transition towards a climate-resilient and inclusive green growth through partnerships with key national agencies. The Climate Change Commission, the NEDA, the DTI, the DOE, the DFA, as well as the local government units of Palawan, Oriental Mindoro, and Bataan. GGI has already facilitated at least $10 million US dollars worth of financial and technical assistance to the country's growth projects and has mainstreamed and integrated climate change sensitive policies into public consciousness and national plans. It was therefore only proper that on 18 June 2020, the Philippines and the GGI signed the host country agreement through a virtual ceremony. The host country agreement confers the GGI and its officials the same privileges and immunities customarily afforded to international organizations to enable them to deliver their official functions more efficiently. More importantly, the agreement will formalize and fortify the GGI's presence in our country and cement and enhance our partnership with the organization. The benefits of its continued presence in the Philippines cannot be overemphasized. According to the DFA, the GGI's programs will enhance our nation's efforts to develop and promote green growth in a roadmap in line with the National Development Plan. In particular, its present focus in structuring investable green growth projects while advising with regard to relevant policies on sustainable energy, sustainable landscape, and green cities will complement the Philippine government's effort to address the imminent and unavoidable effects of climate change and disasters. Furthermore, micro, small, and medium enterprises will also benefit from the host country agreement as they will continue to garner support from GGI in terms of investment and technical assistance similar to those that were provided for 5 agri-based micro enterprises in Oriental Mindoro. Undoubtedly, GGI will continue to play a key role towards championing green growth in the Philippines. Thus, I now ask for the concurrence of this collegial body in ratifying the host country agreement between the Republic of the Philippines and the Global Green Growth Institute, establishing its office here in our country, the Philippines. This agreement is an important instrument for the GGI to continue to advance the Philippines' transition to a low-carbon, climate-resilient, and sustainable economy. Thank you, Mr. President and honored colleagues.
Mr. President, our Senate President
Thank you
Pro
very
Tem
much.
is also seeking the floor. I move that she be recognized. Our
Yes,
Senate
thank
President
you very
Pro Tem,
much once again,
Senator Lauren
Senator
Vergara.
Marcos. Maraming salamat po. Our distinguished Senate President Pro Tempore is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Once again, I would like to express my gratitude to Senator Amy Marcos, Chair of the Foreign Relations Committee, for giving this priority, especially since former Secretary General Ban Ki-moon is already in the Philippines today. He arrived today, and we will be visiting this August hall tomorrow as our esteemed guest. Thank you very much. So I rise today to express my strong support for the host country agreement between the Philippines and the Global Green Growth Institute establishing the GGGI office in the Philippines, an agreement that signifies our country's commitment to sustainable development and green growth initiatives. The Global Green Growth Institute is an international organization dedicated to promoting sustainable economic growth in developing countries. GGGI has served as a valuable partner to the Philippines since our accession to its establishment agreement in 2012. By partnering with GGGI, the Philippines has been able to advance initiatives in climate action, climate-resilient agriculture, waste management, e-mobility, bioplastics, and sustainable landscape management through technical and financial assistance amounting to approximately $10 million. The GGGI has supported our efforts in climate resilience and green growth development with clear and measurable outcomes. On December 19 last year, President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. ratified the host country agreement between the Philippines and the GGGI. Its instrument of ratification was transmitted to the Senate on January 11 this year for our consideration and concurrence. These significant actions timely align with the visit to the Philippines of the 8th United Nations Secretary General, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, who also serves as GGGI's President of the Assembly and Chair of the Council. Tomorrow, as he graces the halls of the Senate with his presence, we look forward to sharing with him a vital development that rests within our control, the strengthening of GGGI's presence and operations in the Philippines through our concurrence with the ratification of the host country agreement. By supporting this agreement, we may anticipate further endeavors in partnership with GGGI that will help us achieve our climate and sustainability goals faster and in larger scales. These efforts include the recent rollout of electric vehicles and charging stations in Bataan, enhancement of agricultural value chains of banana, calamansi, seaweed, and coconut in Mindoro Oriental, mobilization of investment for circular economy, enhancing access to international climate funding, and the proposed large-scale ridge-to-reef adaptation project in Mindoro Oriental, expanding to Panay Island. These, as well as other initiatives that focus not only on greening the economy, but also on building resilient livelihoods for many, constitute important turning points in mobilizing investments for the circular economy, enhancing access to international climate funding. Recognizing the valuable contributions that the esteemed organization brings to our country and the importance of our partnership in building a more sustainable future for all Filipinos, I urge my esteemed senators, fellow senators, to support this agreement and enable the Global Green Growth Institute to effectively function in our beloved country. Thank you once again to the Chair of the Foreign Relations Committee, Senator Amy Marcos.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague, Senator Lauren Legarda.
Thank you. Mr. President, may I just make a short manifestation? Let me
Mr.
associate myself with the sponsorship speech of Senator Marcos, our full support to the Senate's concurrence to the ratification of the agreement between Philippines and the Global Green Growth Institute. Mr. President, to mitigate the effects of climate change, many countries have started greening their economies by adopting more eco-friendly approaches to economic production and consumption. There has been an increasing demand for green jobs, and this is where I wanted to focus on, Mr. President, because these are jobs that reduce the environmental impact of enterprises and economic sectors, ultimately the levels that are sustainable. The concept, Mr. President, of green jobs is not new to the Philippines. In fact, during the 16th Congress, we passed Republic Act number 10771, or the Philippine Green Jobs Act of 2016, through the leadership of Senator Legarda, who was the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Climate Change. The ILO, Mr. President, the International Labor Organization, views the development of green job skills as not only reactive, but as an important driver of change, which offers a considerable potential for job generation. The ILO estimates that a shift to a greener economy could create about 24 million new jobs globally by 2030. So, Mr. President, this partnership is a welcome development since GGGI is one of the leader international organizations supporting green growth policies and investments. And we also recognize the paradigm shift to green policies for growth as crucial in promoting sustainability and preserving and protecting the environment. That is why, Mr. President, we also filed a bill here in the Senate, SB number 246, or the Single-Use Plastics Regulation and Management Act, together with Senator Legarda, and introduce an amendment to the PENCAS bill that promotes the use of Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative. Ito po yung access to information ng mga extractive industries, Mr. President. So again, I'm in full support of this measure, and we thank you, Mr. President, for continuously espousing this kind of resolutions. With that, Mr. President, I would like to again thank our colleague, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, Senator Amy Marcos. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, my distinguished colleague.
Mr. President, Senator Pia Cayetano would also like to insert into the record her co-sponsorship speeches on Senate Resolution numbers 933 and 936.
Do you have no objection? Yes.
Yes, that's a motion. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, To allow our colleagues to study further the measure, I move that we suspend consideration of proposed Senate Resolution number 936 under Committee Report number 205. So move, Mr. President.
There have been no objection, motion is approved.
May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Then, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of House Concurrent Resolution number 19 under Committee Report number 200. This is the resolution granting amnesty to members of the Revolusionaryong Partido ng Manggagawa ng Pilipinas. I so move, Mr. President.
There have been no objection. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the resolution, and with that, I move to open the period of interpellations and debate and recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, and to interpellate our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Jingo Estrada, is recognized, and to interpolate our minority floor leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before we begin, I would like to place on record the presence of the commissioners of the National Amnesty Commission, led by Chairperson Attorney Leia Tanodra Armamento, Attorney Jamar Colayan, and Attorney Nasser Maroham Salik. We also have from the Commission, Attorney Gwendolyn Pimentel Gana, of course, the sister of our minority leader. We also have resource persons from the Office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity, the Department of Justice, and the Department of National Defense, Mr. President.
Welcome to your Senate, and we're honored to have you with us today. Thank you for supporting our sponsor.
Make sure.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our sponsor, our very diligent sponsor, Mr. President. If we can ask just some clarificatory question. No one would be, I think, opposed to the grant of an amnesty or an amnesty program, which it's a concession on the part of the state, gesture of generosity, Mr. President, on the part of the state to be willing to forgive crimes which have been committed and let bygones be bygones, Mr. President. But of course, there will be some aggrieved parties dito po, because when a crime is committed, most likely there are aggrieved parties, and then by fiction of law, we say that it is the republic or the state which is the ultimate aggrieved party. That's why people of the Philippines yung mga title po ng ating mga kaso. In this particular case, we're starting with House Concurrent Resolution number 19, Mr. President. What is the proposal here, Mr. President? To give amnesty to who, Mr. President?
To the granting amnesty to the members of the Revolusionaryong Partido ng Manggagawa ng Pilipinas, the Revolutionary Proletarian Army, and the Alex Bukaya Brigade, Mr. President.
Ito po ay under Presidential Proclamation number, anong number po, Mr. President?
403, Mr. President.
403. This one is issued by President Marcos now. But Presidential Proclamation number 1092, dated February 5, 2021, issued by former President Duterte, also granted amnesty to members of the Revolutionaryong Partido ng Manggagawa ng Pilipinas / Revolutionary Proletarian Army / Alex Bungkayo Brigade, RPMP, RPA-ABB, who have committed crimes punishable under the revised penal code and special penal laws in furtherance of their political beliefs. Is there a difference, Mr. President?
Yes, hindi na. Well, yes, there is no difference. Actually, the concurrent resolution number 19 and the concurrent resolution number 16, similar lang po yung similar lang yung ano, di ba? Yung nilalaman. The context is quite similar, Mr. President.
May we know what happened to the Presidential Proclamation number 1092 issued by President Duterte?
Well, it was not duly implemented, Mr. President. There were a lot of confluence of factors prevented the implementation of the amnesty proclamations during the Duterte administration. There was the ban on appointments in relation to the May 2022 national elections that delayed the appointment of the commissioners in the National Amnesty Commission, Mr. President. And there were no applications have been received or processed as the NAC was not fully operational by the time the application period expired. And there was also a change of administration, Mr. President. And the NAC chairperson was only appointed on January 13, last year, 2023. And lastly, the Department of Budget and Management only approved the creation of 33 contractual positions, including the chairperson and 2 regular commissioners for the ANC on February 23 last year, Mr. President.
So, but this has already undergone the same process, Mr. President, like securing the concurrence of the majority.
Yes, Mr. President.
The majority of all members of the Congress.
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay, so apparently, so parang we are tackling the amnesty proclamation basically the same for the second time, and that is the composition of that body which concurred in the earlier proclamation is the same composition of this body.
Yes, Mr. President. Tama.
Tayo rin, di ba? Tayo rin yun.
It was
21 pala ito. 2021 pala ito. So may election.
Well,
Yes.
this was the amnesty that was proclaimed by President Duterte was made during the 18th Congress, Mr. President. And right now, we are on the 19th Congress,
Yes, okay.
and it was proclaimed by President Marcos Jr.
Sige. But ito po mga amnesty ay, since this is parang shows the generosity of the state, must serve a purpose. What is the purpose, Mr. President, of this amnesty proclamation?
Well, the purpose of amnesty, Mr. President, because of its noble purpose to end conflicts and to give former rebels or combatants a second chance to live peacefully in the pursuit of more productive endeavors, Mr. President. And the current amnesty program of the government is an integral part of its comprehensive peace efforts as well as its call for unity and reconciliation, Mr. President.
Okay, so ito yung mga ito po bang RPMP, RPA-ABB ay ano pa existing, ano ba tawag niyan? Ano tawag natin dito? Rebel groups?
Rebel groups.
How do we properly call them, Mr. President?
Para pong kapatiran, Mr. President. Parang brotherhood, no?
Oo nga, tapos ano po ang kanilang purpose?
It's not a terrorist group, diba? It's not. Before they were tagged as a terrorist group. Was it tagged as? Well, according to our resource persons here, it is now known as Kapatiran para sa Progresibong Panlipunan or Kapatiran after the group registered in the Securities and Exchange Commission in 2013 as a non-government organization. No? Right now, it is a social civic organization, Mr. President. And it was never tagged as a terrorist group, Mr. President.
So this is, former members or current members or a mix of former and current members formed a corporation, juridical entity, Mr. President, registered with the SEC. Ganun po ba yan?
Only the current members, Mr. President.
Kasi if you look at House Concurrent Resolution number 19, 1, 2, 3, 4. The fourth whereas clause, Mr. President, shows us that this is a grant of amnesty to combatants or rebels, Mr. President. Are these three groups rebel groups, Mr. President?
Right now, it is not considered as a rebel group. I would go back to my answer a while ago. That is it is right now a civic organization, and it has already partnered with our government, Mr. President.
Okay, so yung amnesty po, binubura yung crime, di po ba?
Yes, Mr. President.
So kung meron man mga members itong tatlong grupo or nung SEC-registered entity na humaharap sa kaso or let us say posible pang humarap sa kaso, ang benefit ng amnesty sa kanya ay ano po? Ano
Alin po?
benefit ng amnesty doon po sa taong yun, Mr. President?
Well, the advantage of your question is that it extinguishes the criminal liabilities of these combatants, Mr. President.
Yes, but not for all crimes. Klaro
Yes, of
klaro
course,
naman
not for
tayo
all
doon.
crimes. If I may add, Mr. President, the covered crimes in pursuit of political beliefs. Ito lang. A duly approved amnesty application forgets that the crime has been committed and the person charged is treated as if he or she had committed no offense. Criminal cases subject of the amnesty against the grantee will be dismissed regardless of its stage, whether it's pending before the prosecution or the court, or even if the grantee is already serving final judgment. The standing warrant against the grantee will be revoked, or he or she will no longer be considered as a fugitive. He or she can no longer be prosecuted for any of the amnestied offense, Mr. President. And the grant of amnesty to qualified applicants and those covered under the 2000 peace agreement and subsequent proclamations for the RPA-ABB provides former rebels a second chance to live peacefully in the pursuit of productive endeavors. Those granted amnesty can enjoy back their political rights, including the right to vote and to be elected. The person amnestied will also be restored their civil rights, such as custody over children or administration of property, Mr. President.
So we are giving the covered individuals second chance, Mr. President. Yung Amnesty Commission, Mr. President, mentioned in Section 3, buong-buo na po ito.
Section 3?
Yes, page 5 of the House.
Opo, buong-buo na po ito at na-appoint na po ni
Unlike
President.
before, di ba?
Yes,
unlike before na yun po yung
hindi po
problema.
umabot.
Ready na po ito. Nabudgetan po ba natin to ng husto, Mr. President?
Meron daw po.
Kasi parang last budget season mayroon akong naalalang request nila eh. So
Yeah.
nabigay po
Magkano
yan.
yung budget? I will just ask kung magkano po yung budget na na-allot sa kanila, Mr. President. You still want to know how much budget, Mr. President?
Later, Mr.
All right.
President. So, Mr. President, we are giving them second chances. Meron bang So aside from erasing the crime, wala ba tayong is the Amnesty Commission giving them some economic programs, assistance, Mr. President? Financial assistance to start anew?
Under OPAP na pa.
Well, programs for the Kapatiran members, like this particular group, their next of kins and their communities, supported by national line agencies and LGUs, has led to significant outcomes, including employment for 128 members as Bantay Gubat, health insurance for 8,121 individuals, and the facilitation of a total of 36,350,000 seed capital for 727 Kapatiran members, Mr. President. And additionally, the programs have contributed to the issuance of 5 tenurial instruments, establishment of 15 settlement sites with basic services, and the turnover of 105 housing units in collaboration with the Armed Forces of the Philippines and the National Housing Authority. And the provision of educational assistance is facilitated through scholarship programs implemented by the LGUs. Skills training are also provided through partnerships with TESTA in the private sector, Mr. President. So meron ho silang ganansya, kumbaga.
So ito po mga socio-economic programs and assistance projects na-extend na pala. Nabigyan na.
Yeah.
Ang mga members itong
Nabigyan na. Opo,
kapatiran
opo.
na itong tatlong organizations na to. Okay. Even without the amnesty.
Yes, I presume, even without,
Yes, even
before the proclamation of the amnesty, nabibigyan na po sila ng
pursuant to a peace agreement, Mr. President.
correct.
Is the grant of the amnesty also a part of the peace agreement?
Yes.
Naka-commit ang state doon that they will be granted amnesty?
Yes, Mr. President. There was a confidence building measure, Mr. President.
Like, can we, does the sponsor have a copy of the peace agreement, Mr. President? And a minute suspension, Mr. President, as I will approach the sponsor to look at the specific
copy.
entry in the peace
Hard
agreement.
copy.
Session suspended.
I'll just give you a hard copy. Just for the record, Mr.
Yes.
President, if I may, with all due respect to the minority leader, there was a peace agreement between the government of the Republic of the Philippines and the Revolutionaryong Partido ng Manggagawa Pilipinas, Revolutionary Proletarian Army, and the Alex Bongkaya Brigade. It was signed on last December 6 of the year 2000, when my father was still the president. And I think it was the late Senator Edgardo Angara, who was the chairman of the peace panel representing our government, Mr. President. And after which, there was a clarificatory implementing document to the 2000 peace agreement between the government of the Philippines and the RPA-ABB group. And it says here, if I may quote on section Article 6.2, the government of the Philippines commits to facilitate the issuance of an amnesty proclamation to be availed by qualified members of the Kapatiran, Mr. President.
So may we know, Mr. President, per the document, who made the commitment on behalf of the government of the Republic of the Philippines?
Well, it is the present government, Mr. President.
This one? The incumbent?
Yes.
Incumbent administration?
Mr. President, may I place on record that the 2000 peace agreement between the government and the said group, signed during my father's time, provides through its confidence-building measures for the restoration of civil and political rights and the release of alleged political prisoners. The 2019 clarificatory document, I'm sorry, I stand
Yes.
corrected, supports the completion of the government's commitment.
Yes, may we know the signatories to the 2019 document? For the record lang po, para we will know who committed the government and who accepted the commitment of the government.
On the part of the government, which was signed July 19 of 2019, we have the Undersecretary for Defense Operations of the Department of National Defense, who is now the Presidential Advisor Cesar Llano. And for the Kapatiran, we have the Chairperson of the Board of Directors, who is Veronica Tabara, Mr. President. It was signed during the administration of President Duterte. I stand corrected.
Yes,
Mr.
yes,
President.
thank you. So, I also noticed, Mr. President, that the application period in the House Concurrent Resolution number 19 is now 2 years from the effectivity of the proclamation. The older presidential proclamation, which we talked about earlier, proclamation number 1092,
1 year.
1 year. So, why the change? Is this the result of the past experience, Mr. President? Was 1 year too short? Kailan ang effectivity nitong proclamation?
Mr. President, to accommodate the number of applicants, no? To accommodate the projected number of applicants for the four amnesty proclamations, Mr. President.
Ginawang standard. Ginawa na nating
Dumami
standard.
po kasi yung mga aplikante, Mr. President.
Yes, in the four amnesty proclamations that we will be discussing, the application period is a standard one, 2 years from effectivity. Okay.
Yes, Mr. President.
But the estimated number of applicants for this particular amnesty proclamation has been placed at 1,200?
1,200, yes, Mr. President.
1,200, okay. May nag-avail ba nung effectivity nitong Presidential Proclamation 1092 dated February 2021?
Wala pong na-process kasi wala pa ho yung NAC, National Amnesty
So
Commission,
yun
before,
talaga.
Mr. President.
So, okay. Walang na-process kasi walang ang tatanggap ng
Opo.
application. Ganun
Wala
pa
po,
nangyari.
hindi pa
Opo,
ho
sige
buo
po.
ang
Sige po.
National Amnesty Commission.
So we're giving, in effect, we're giving it one more try.
Yes,
one
Mr.
more try.
President.
Sige po, Mr. President. So thank you, Mr. President. I think dinaanan naman natin yung legal basis. Ano ba, why are we doing this? And then, andyan na yung socio... Kasi ang ano talaga nito, ang overall goal nito, second chance eh. Second chance. So, it's
I agree, Mr.
Not
President.
only a second chance in the sense na your sins are forgiven in the sense that the crime will be erased for as long as it's one of the listed crimes and pursuant to your political beliefs. But then, yun na nga, basta we have to make sure na yung act of generosity, meron din talagang real program of socio-economic financial assistance to the amnestied person, Mr. President.
Yes, you are correct, Mr.
Okay,
President.
so, and then may we know now the budget, Mr. President? Kung meron na.
Nasaan na? Finish na kanina to.
And then when we mention the budget, this will be for all na siguro, no? It will not be on a per proclamation. We did not budget it on a
No,
per group, per proclamation manner, Mr. President.
The budget for the NAC for this year is 88.5 million program appropriations, Mr. President.
Meron ba siya saan program?
Saan?
Ayun ang program, 60 point.
Oh, unprogrammed appropriations, 60,109,000, Mr. President. For personal services, we have 33,838,349 and 84 centavos. And for the MOE, you have 77,263,000, Mr. President.
Are those separate from the 88 and 60 mentioned by the gentleman? Or part yun? Part na yun.
Yung unprogrammed po, separate yun, no? Separate, it's separate na. Yung program is separate, Mr. President.
Okay, but these are not... Ang budget ng NAC is not for the socio-economic programs, di ba?
No.
Hindi. This is for their operation, di ba? To process, sige. So saan natin kukunin po yung yung socio-economic and financial programs for the amnesty grantees, Mr. President?
It's under the office of another agency, OPAP.
Yes, OPAP-RU.
OPAP-RU.
Okay. Nabudgetan naman po ito na
Yeah.
maayos?
Opo, budget na daw. Kung baka this year, dagdagan na lang ho natin.
Hindi, early 2024 pa. So, dapat
So magkano yung sa OPAP-RU?
dapat yung 2024 po ng OPAP-RU, nalagyan po ng maayos, no?
Well, ito yung budget ng OPAP-RU.
For the
organization ng kapatiran.
For the Kapatiran only.
okay.
The budget for the Kapatiran, which is incorporated in the budget of the OPAP-RU, is 226 million pesos, Mr. President.
Okay.
Ito yung dito kukunin para sa mga socio-economic and
Assistance.
infrastructure programs. Intervention? Bakit intervention?
So, okay, so kaya pala natin ma-identify so within the budget of OPAP-RU kung which one, how much ang pwedeng potential budget for the Kapatiran and then for the other groups granted
Yes,
amnesties later on. I-point out natin mamaya. Yes,
Opo,
Mr.
opo.
President. Okay, so ano pa? Okay na ako. So, Mr. President, with those clarifications, I think we are satisfied, Mr. President, that we need to give our brothers and sisters second chances, Mr. President. Subject, of course, to, yung the details of the Amnesty Proclamation. Medyo stricto rin naman, Mr. President. Hindi naman yung sabihin nun na lahat ng krimen na nagawa nung tao, patawad na po. Yung done lang in pursuant to a political belief and which are not in the same level as yung mga grave crimes merong UN di ba, there is a UN guideline of offenses or crimes which cannot be subject to
If I can mention a
amnesty.
few, Mr. President. If I can mention a few.
Yes.
The covered crimes in pursuit of political beliefs, including but not limited to rebellion or insurrection, conspiracy and proposal to commit rebellion or insurrection, disloyalty of public officers or employees, inciting to rebellion or insurrection, sedition, conspiracy to commit sedition, inciting to sedition, illegal assembly, illegal association, direct assault, indirect assault, resistance and disobedience to a person in authority or the agents of such person, tumults and other disturbances of public order, unlawful use of means publication and unlawful utterances, alarms and scandals, illegal possession of firearms, ammunition, or explosives, provided that these crimes or offenses were committed in furtherance of, incident to, or in connection with the crimes of rebellion or insurrection. And those charged, detained, or convicted of common crimes, but who can establish by substantial evidence that they have actually committed said crimes in pursuit of political beliefs, Mr. President. And these are the crimes mostly against public order, Mr. President.
So thank you for that, Mr. President. I think we are ready to. This representation is ready to terminate this interpellation. Thank you. Mr.
Thank you, Minority Leader. It is an honor for me to be interpellated by Your Honor.
CPP na.
Thank you.
Sila bato muna, sila bato.
And this is for all the measures, Your Honor?
No, this is only for one group.
Also
Mr. President.
RPA, okay.
Yes. May I know, Mr. President, if Senator Win Gatchalian, who is scheduled to interpellate me, is he still going to interpellate, Mr. President? So we can close the period of interpellation here. Hindi na. So we can close the period of interpellation, Mr. President?
Yes, on this particular
On this
resolution.
particular resolution.
We will ask for a minute suspension and locate the gentleman.
No member wishes to interpellate and ask further questions. I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Concurrent Resolution number 19. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr.
Session suspended for a minute.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Concurrent Resolution Number 20 under Committee Report Number 201. This is the resolution granting amnesty to former members of the Communist Party of the Philippines. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of this measure is that we have sponsored the resolution. With that, I move to open the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, and to interpellate Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved. We'd like to recognize the sponsor, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, once again to sponsor the measure, and Senator Bato de la Rosa to interpellate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the good gentleman from San Juan and the Sambales yield to a couple of questions coming from this humble representation, Mr. President?
My privilege, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Gusto ko lang maklaro itong Section 2, Mr. President. Those who may file for amnesty. Nakasaad dito is any former member of the CPP-NPA, NDF, or the front organization. So meaning, kung ako ay isang aktibong miyembro ng CPP-NPA, direct from the mountains, bababa ako at magpapile ako ng amnesty, I am disqualified, Mr. President?
Definitely, you're disqualified, Mr. President.
So what do I have?
Accommodates only former members of the CPP-NPA and the NDF, Mr. President.
So when we say former,
When I say former, this refers to those who have surrendered to the government and they have already renounced their rebellious activities, Mr. President.
thank you, Mr. President, for that clarification. I think that's everything is clear for me, except that particular provision. So, hanggat hindi sila surrendered, hindi sila considered as former rebels.
Yes.
And only former rebels are qualified to
for this
file
amnesty.
for the amnesty.
Yes, to file for this amnesty, President,
Okay.
Mr. President.
So,
And
yun lang.
if I can can enlighten Senator Bato, before it was this group, the CPP-NPA, was tagged as a terrorist group before, no? And somebody who filed the petition. The DOJ filed the petition. Filed the petition to tag them. The DOJ filed the petition before the regional trial court to tag them as a terrorist group. But on September 21, 2022, the RTC of Manila issued a decision where the court dismissed the petition for proscription filed by the DOJ against the CPP-NPA to declare them as terrorist groups. So, in the dispositive portion of the decision, it says here that the said decision further declares that nothing is better attested by present realities than that terrorism does not flourish in a healthy, vibrant democracy. While the armed struggle with the violence that necessarily accompanies it is indubitably the approved means to achieve the CPP-NPA's purpose, means is not synonymous with purpose. Stated otherwise, armed struggle is only a means to achieve the CPP's purpose. It is not the purpose of the creation of the CPP, the decision reads, Mr. President. So, hindi na po considered as a terrorist group. According to the RTC, hindi na raw terrorist group ang CPP-NPA.
Yes, because the prescription, the application for prescription was not granted by the court.
Yes, Mr. President.
So,
Unfortunately.
thank you for that clarification, Mr. President. Yun lang ang sa akin. Yung former lang, former.
Yes.
Yun lang.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay na tayo dyan.
Opo.
Solve na ako, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you,
Mr. President.
good sponsor.
Thank you.
Minority leader is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I pursue the point raised by Senator Bato de la Rosa? Na klaro naman na dapat former member, but when do they become a former member, Mr. President? Or when must they already be a former member, Mr. President?
Well, for ito, no? First of all, they must surrender, but it must be clarified that surrender is done through a receiving unit, not to NTF-LCAC. And based on the Enhanced Comprehensive Local Integration Program, or tinatawag na ECLIP, former rebel reintegration handbook, a rebel may surrender to a receiving unit, meaning the rebel expressed his or her intent to abandon the armed struggle and or violent extremism to rejoin mainstream society and become responsible and productive members of the community. A receiving unit refers to any of the following institutions or personalities with who the Again, a receiving unit refers to any of the following institutions or personalities with who the former rebel feels safe and confident to surface. Armed Forces of the Philippines, the Philippine National Police, the civil society organizations, the local government unit officials, business, church, or community leaders, Mr. President.
Mr. President, the House Concurrent Resolution number 20, page 4.
Page 4.
Yes, the second paragraph of section 2 defines the former member. For purposes of this proclamation, a former member, in quotation marks po yung former member, is understood to refer to one who was a former member of the CPP-NPA-NDF or their front organizations, has surrendered to the government, and renounced his rebellious activities. So sa actions yon, pero wala bang date po ito? Walang cut-off date?
Basta within the period of the amnesty period.
When is the amnesty period?
Take effect siya kapag na concurrence of Congress. Plus 2 years. Basta within the 2-year period, nag-surrender siya.
So yun,
Nag-close ba tayo sa RPA?
Mr. President, the amnesty takes effect after the concurrence of both houses. After the concurrence of both houses. So the CPP-NPA members may surrender and avail of the amnesty program, provided, Mr. President, that the criminal cases is filed before November 23, 2023, Mr. President. Because in November 23, the reason why I said November 23, 2023, that was the date of the issuance of the amnesty proclamation, Mr. President.
Mr. President, with the permission of the minority leader, good sponsor.
Yes.
You mentioned about ECLIP kanina?
Yeah.
About former rebels. Pwede na maklaro yung ECLIP, Enhanced Community Local Integration Program.
Enhanced Comprehensive Localized
Compre-
Integration Program. Mr.
Localized
President.
Integration Program. Ano ibig sabihin niyan, Mr. President? Kailangan dumaan sila dyan? Yung nag-surrender? Na-process sila dyan?
Well, the ECLIP or Enhanced Comprehensive Localized Integration Program is a government program that aims to help our brothers and sisters who are members of this group, the CPP-NPA, NDF, and Militia ng Bayan, who wants to return to the government and the community. Through this, Mr. President, they will be given a variety of help, knowledge, and skills that they can use to transform their lives, para magbago sila, Mr. President. And
Kaya nga, Mr.
this help
President,
from the government is not only for them, but also for their families and their community, Mr. President.
kaya nga kung ang processing ng NPA surrender is through that program, yung ECLIP, parang last budget hearing, parang wala atang pundo yung nilagay yung ECLIP niyan. Paano sila magpapangsyon? Paano sila magpa-process dyan kung wala silang pundo? Kasi last budget hearing, parang nawala yung pundo ng ECLIP. So siguro, anyway, one of the options yan, Mr. President, no? One of the options, pwede sila
Yes,
dumaan through ECLIP.
Well, it is one of the options.
Okay.
It does not necessarily mean that
Yes.
kailangan kayo dumaan dito sa ECLIP.
Pwedeng
Mr. President.
dumiretso sila sa
Correct,
local
Mr. President.
chief
Yes.
executive. Pwede diretso sa chief of police ng local
Pwede, basta-
police station. Basta
Yes.
mag-surrender.
Yeah.
Tapos na process.
Correct, Mr. President.
So, former rebel na sila kapag
Former
ganon.
rebels.
Okay.
Former
Thank you.
members, Mr. President.
Salamat, Mr. President. Thank you, Minority Leader.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. President. So our sponsor mentioned the date November 23, 2023. So may we know again the importance of this date, Mr. President? Kasi this is an amnesty, di ba? The rebel can surrender anytime, and then must the rebel who is surrendering already be facing a case, so before he can apply for an amnesty, or can he anticipate a case or admit to a crime and then apply for an amnesty even though no information has been filed against him, Mr. President?
Mr. President, may I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Well, Mr. President, during the suspension, the sponsor revealed to us a lot of very important facts and details, Mr. President. So may we request for time to digest what the sponsor shared with us so we can pursue this matter maybe tomorrow or soon, very soon, Mr. President.
Yeah, we can put this back on the agenda tomorrow. This is very important. We have to consider these measures to fast-track the peace process. Although I understand it's a bit more complicated than just passing a resolution. So we respect the wish of the minority floor leader to study this a bit more before we tackle this tomorrow.
Maybe, Mr. President, we can resume interpellation on the two remaining groups, the MILF and the MNLF tomorrow, Mr. President.
Okay.
And we will tackle the CPP-NPA after we discuss the two groups, Mr. President.
Thank you for that. Yes, we do.
Yes,
Majority
Mr.
Leader?
President, with that, I move that we suspend consideration of House Concurrent Resolution number 20. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, February 27, 2024.
Yes, just a reminder, tomorrow we'll be having a very important visitor, si former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. And with that, there be no objection. Oh yes, maybe before we adjourn, maybe just elect the members of the BICAM for SRDP, Majority Leader. Just a bit of housekeeping, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we proceed to the Senate President's designation of Senate Conferees, the Bicameral Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of Senate Bill number 2455, the Self-Reliant Defense Posture Revitalization Act, and House Bill number 9713, Philippine Self-Reliant Defense Posture Program Act. I so move, Mr. President.
The following members, thank you, Mr. Majority Leader. There be no objection. The following members are hereby designated as Senate Conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of Senate Bill number 2455 and House Bill number 9713. They are the Chairperson, Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, yours truly, Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri, Senator Bato de la Rosa, Senator Mark Villar, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel on the part of the minority. So designated.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we proceed to the Senate President's designation of Senate Conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of Senate Bill number 2449 and House Bill number 8327, both pertaining to the organizational reforms in the Philippine National Police. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection. The following members are hereby designated the Senate Conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of Senate Bill number 2449 and House Bill number 8327. They are Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa as Chairperson, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr., Senator J.V. Ejercito, Senator Francis Tol Tolentino, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, and Senator Coco Pimentel on the part of the minority. So designated.
Mr. President, I
Move to adjourn.
I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, February 27, 2024.
Meron pa ba? Yes, before we act on that motion, there is one more housekeeping
Yes, Mr.
matter.
President, there is one more. Mr. President, with the consent of the body and pursuant to Article 6, Section 17 of our Constitution, I move to elect the new members of the Senate Electoral Tribunal, Senator Amy Marcos, Vice Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, congratulations to the newly elected members of the Senate Electoral Tribunal, Senator Amy Marcos.
Again, Mr. President, finally, I would like to reiterate again the previous motion. I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, February 27, 2024.
There being no objection, session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Tuesday, February 27, 2024. Have a good evening, everyone.